United 38 Heavy.
United 38 Heavy.
38 Heavy, clear to land runway 24 right.
Land 24 right, United 38 Heavy.
Southwest 1926, cross runway 24 left, contact ground point 65. Call 24 left, contact ground point 65, Southwest 1926. That's 2058.
Hello everyone, welcome back to a gloomy looking Los Angeles. We're going to start with the United Dreamliner. Next arrival here on the north side on 24 right.
Scout 3694, Los Angeles Tower, runway 24 left, line of way, wind 2408. 24 left, flat way, Scout 3694. Scout 3694, Arnab Del Rey, runway 24 left, left to take off. 24 left, clear for takeoff, Arnab Del Rey, Scout 3694.
That was United Airlines Flight 38 coming in from Tokyo Haneda on the 787-10 Dreamliner. And that officially takes us to the top of
United 38 Heavy,
the
turn
show.
left, successfully whiskey, hold short, runway 24 left.
Officially afternoon here in a gloomy looking Los Angeles. Wow, the sun is finally coming out, so maybe they will clear some of this gook out of here. Welcome back, everyone, for another awesome day of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is November 4th, 2025. Officially Election Day here in the U.S. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in, spending some time with me here. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin, overlooking the north. Runways 24 left, 24 right. As we get to the action here. Got the whistles in hand. No, that was not me. And the beep beeps. Southwest Airlines Flight 2550 heading to San Jose, California, 737-700 up first for takeoff. Flight, the second one there on taxiway Echo, coming in from Denver, flight 1739 to 737 MAX 8. Looks like we also have a Delta 767 pushing back from Terminal 2.
And is that Southwest 2250 or Southwest 2550 going to San Jose? Southwest 2250.
Big month for Southwest, at least here on Aviation. Our upcoming Southwest behind the scenes of the operations there in Dallas.
We are 25, if I'm not mistaken.
Released a week from Saturday, November 15th. Is the release date for our next BTS. Charlie says it's awesome. I believe him. I haven't seen it. It's not done yet. This weekend, I will get the proof, the first proof, and I will proof away. And then we'll give it to a week from Saturday. A Legend Jane with a $550 super chat through Tip Alert. Awesome support from our Legend Jane as always. Thank you so much, Jane. Jane says, happy Tuesday, Kevin. Thank you for being at the parking garage today. Well, my pleasure. One of my favorite spots here at LAX. We haven't been here in quite some time. I think, geez, at least a month. And I think the last time we were here a month ago, it was at least 2 months. So we got to get back out here. Got to get back out here. So we're back out here. Enjoyed the show. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support. As I said, it's a little yucky looking kind of a day. It was worse. I got to tell you, it was worse. The sun has now come out, and
Southwest 2550 will be about another minute or so before
heated things up.
Continue holding position.
Hopefully it burns everything away. This is what we saw yesterday. Monday was a lot like this. In the afternoon, it kind of got burned away. had a beautiful sunset last night, and then it got cloudy again. So we expect pretty much the same thing here today. Hopefully at some point we can see the end of the runway as it is getting clearer. As I say that, we can start seeing the dunes there in the distance.
Shoreline route. Distance traffic about 5 miles south of the field. The Coast Guard helicopter at 200 opposite direction.
Let's go to our next arrival, which is an E-Jets. All your favorites.
Traffic 12 o'clock, 4 miles of Coast Guard helicopter.
Delta connection, Sky West, E-Jet.
Coast Guard 6055, is that copy? Coast Guard 6055, opposite direction, traffic to Phoenix Shoreline route. Northbound 3 miles.
I don't know, this ATC controller seems new, at least new to LAX. I feel like I've heard his voice before, but the way he's talking to the aircraft, it's kind of like he's double checking himself, like he's new.
Emergency 19, maintain visit separation, Causeway Thomas.
I don't know if you guys have picked up on that as well. I listen to these ATC controllers day in and day out.
Southwest 2550 on FDL runway 24 left for takeoff.
I hear him in my sleep.
FDL ready to takeoff 24 Southwest 2550. Southwest Skywest 3762, hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold short of 24 left, 3762.
Westbound 1103 left and runway 24 left, line of
All right, that Southwest flight, the 737-700. Beep, beep. You're right. Beep, beep. So now rolls down to 24 left.
055, you guys got that traffic inside?
So WestJet 737 lined up next.
Use the Coast Guard helicopter. About heading to the left, orbiting at 100 feet now. Russia 19, visit separation is approved.
Barely see the takeoffs there at the opposite end of the runway. I believe it's going to get better as we continue on this afternoon.
3762 cross runway 24 left, traffic ground 0.65, traffic holds in position.
Cross 24 left.
WestJet flight heading to Vancouver. Yes, with the horn. Doing a show over here. Gosh, I feel like I'm in New York City. WestJet flight 1103 heading to Vancouver, 737 MAX 8. Got the police whistle, the honking. What are we in New York City?
2550, such a good day.
Followed by Sun Country, flight 426, heading to Minneapolis, the 737-800. The Delta 767-300ER heading to JFK with the whistle and the honks. Our next arrival is Qantas Flight 11, coming in from Sydney. Arriving about 15 minutes early here today. Scheduled arrival time at 12:30. Estimated now at 12:15. E380 Super. That whistle actually reminded me of the beep beep. Michael with the $2 super chat says hello from Seattle. Hello there, Michael. Good to have you. Thank you. And our friend Janice with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Janice. Says today is a good day because Dad gets out of the hospital. I would say that is a great day. Hope your dad is feeling better. Please take care. Thank you, Janice. And Alvanor 0210 with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alvanor. Since apparently Halloween isn't over tonight, the military will test a launch of an unmanned Minuteman 3 ICBM from Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. Now, hold on a second here. What time is this? And will we see it? I have a lot of questions there, Alvin. I haven't heard anything about that. Interesting. Well, until then, got an A380 Super for you for Qantas Flight 11.
14 over 2 for left line of away, wind 2506.
Clear left line away.
Star 6055, frequency change is approved.
Nice to see that arriving pretty much on time, actually early here today. Last few weeks during our broadcast, we've been seeing that arriving hours late. First of many A380 Supers we'll see here today. Christopher Cotton at 9048. Becoming a Diamond member once again. Thank you so much, Christopher. And Christopher with a $2 Super Chat says, I'm back to Diamond level. Welcome back, Christopher. Long-time supporter, long-time viewer of the channel. Christopher there in Pasadena, California. Thank you, Christopher. Oh, but we're back with some information. The test launches between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. Well, maybe our 24-hour live camps will try to capture something. Thank you for the update there, Avner. That's quite interesting. The problem is we've been having, at least here at LAX, we've been having a lot of June gloom, May gray days. So I'm not quite sure how clear it's going to be overnight.
Qantas 11, super left on Echo, contact ground 1.65.
Again, this Delta 767 at 300 ER heading to JFK. Kaleda Air Queen lighting up on the radar for the south side. Kaleda Air Flight 978 heading to Anchorage. A 747-400 freighter will be heading to the 25s. Next arrival here on the north side is Delta Airlines Flight 2975 coming in from Portland. It's an A319, an old Northwest Airlines A319. Delivered to that airline in July of 1999. Of course, Delta inherited all those A319s, A320s, the majority of the 757s, the A330-200s, the A330-300s. I think that's it. Boy, did Northwest. They had quite the fleet of 757s and A319s and A320s. That's all I would ever see as a kid. Well, I take that back. Pretty much the 727s and DC-9s had quite the fleet of those as well. Mark with the $3.43 Super Chat says, Happy Tuesday, Kevin. Thank you, Mark. Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone's week is going good so far. Of course, this is an exciting week for us as well. I'm sure you guys already know. Got today's show. We'll have Thursday's show high top the H Hotel here in LA. Then we pack our bags and we head back to the East Coast. Next Sunday, this coming Sunday, the big Sunday show will be there at Gravelly Park, there at Reagan National. A lot of you guys coming out. Oh, we're going to have a big crowd there. Hopefully the government reopens. From what we've heard, the park is open. Parking is just the only issue, but we'll find a way in there. Hopefully the government reopens for many different reasons by Thursday. And then we'll be heading over to Dulles Airport on Monday. It's going to be a cold day, high of 45. I don't know if Rudy's going to make it. Tune in and find out. Speaking of Rudy, Rudy is also going to be heading to Phoenix, Arizona. So if you guys there in Arizona, for the first time ever on the channel, Rudy is going to be doing live broadcasts with me in Phoenix. That is Thanksgiving week. We'll be driving out there on Monday, so we'll have a show on Tuesday and Wednesday, the week of Thanksgiving. And then he'll jump on a flight and head to Palm Springs for Thanksgiving Day with his parents. So Rudy will be joining me in Phoenix as well later this month.
Quarter 663 Los Angeles Tower, 2406, runway 24 right on land.
And off goes that Delta 767 at 300 heading to JFK. Qantas A380 Super. And making that turn, now heading to the gates of Tom Bradley.
24 left, contact ground point 65.
London Victor, cross 24 left, and over to ground, Delta 2975, good day.
A 767 is a 400 heading to Atlanta. Flight 446 heading toward us here.
Departure now, 951.
On the north side, we'll be taking off on the 24 left. Avenor back with the $3.50 super chat. Thanks so much, Avenor. Giving us more information. Probably not. The ICBM heads west immediately. All right. So I guess you would have to be close to Vandenberg to see anything. I'm not quite sure I'm going to make the trip. Are you going to go head out there, Avenor? I'm sure there'll be some other people. Joni with a $5 super chat. You got your name back. Am I still Joni? Let me check my ID. Have a good day, Kevin. Oh, well, sure does look like you. I'm glad to see some of you guys are getting your names back. It makes my job a lot easier. But YouTube, those ad signs, it's hard to read when everyone's name is all smashed together like that.
Delta 446 Heavy LA Tower, need 24 left, line up and wait.
No, it's not smog. It's haze. It's
Delta Sierra LA Tower, need 24 right, clear to land.
It's haze. Think of it as fog, but just haze. It's just a haze. Definitely not smog. If this was smog, Kevin wouldn't be able to stand out here and talk for you.
Understood, Porter, 2663.
Delta 446 Heavy, runway 24 left, clear to take off, RNAV Delray.
For Delta 446 Heavy, we ran into an issue. Can we stay on the runway for about 30 seconds? Otherwise, we'll get off if we're in the way.
Delta 446 Heavy, cancel, takeoff, clear in, runway 24 left, line up and wait. Advise when you're ready. Do you require any assistance?
Negative, line up and wait, Delta 446 Heavy. We'll call you right back.
All right, this Delta 767 and 400 ER heading to Atlanta. Saying they ran into a quick, small issue. Going to try to fix it within 30 seconds. So we're just going to stay there on the runway. We'll go to our next arrival here. Porter E2 coming up from Toronto.
Tower Delta 446 Heavy, ready for departure.
Delta 446 Heavy, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV Delray.
RNAV Delray, clear for takeoff 446 Heavy.
Delta 767 already figured out the issue. Now rolling down at 24 left.
Quarter 663, crossing 24 left, contact
Hopefully,
0.65.
I think by the time the sun set yesterday,
Delta 446
all
Heavy,
that
contact SoCal departure.
haze and fog cleared out just as the sun set
504
yesterday.
LA Tower, 2509er, and the 24
Nanny
right
Needles
side line.
Nancy with the $4 super chat. Thank you so much, Nancy. Appreciate that.
Closure Niner, Delta Sierra, safe parking.
Delta Sierra is going to
Always good to have some coffee. So we're working, and I've been talking about this upcoming airside live stream. We are about one step away, half a step, I should say. We're so close. We just locked in a date. I'm just waiting for the A-OK from the airport to say, okay, that date works. Early December, I put in for an airside live stream at an airport I've never been to before. I'm not going to say much more. If you fill in you can fill in the gaps. I'm not going to say anything more until we get it completely confirmed here. But all signs are pointing to a go. It's going to be quite the scene in early December. Steve Ballmer's private jet next to arrive here on the north side. Steve Ballmer is the owner of the LA Clippers NBA basketball team, also owner of Microsoft.
Call from Niner, Delta Sierra, turn left at Victor, cross, turning 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 504 coming in from Orlando. It's an A321neo, followed by Alaska Horizon Flight 2292 coming in from SFO, and an E-Jet. We do have a heavy American Airlines Flight 26 coming in from Tokyo Haneda, 787-9 Dreamliner, just 5 minutes away. Christopher Brown with the $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. Fist bump. Right back at you. Margie asking, will you be driving to the airport? No, I have to fly. And I'll be honest with you, it's going to be a challenge to get there. It's not very convenient from LA, I will say that. Once in a very long time in my life, I might have to connect. Oh, the word connect. The left side microphone just collapsed the second I said that word. Stand by 1 second. Let me bring this back up. Are you okay? Boy, you fell down the second I said connect. It fainted. I know how it is. Kevin might have to connect. Oh, Sadie, so. Yeah, there's no way around it unless I do a private plane. In fact, I might have to fly one of these. I don't know. I honestly, I haven't gotten that far. I just know there are no direct flights to this airport from LAX. There used to be, but there's not anymore.
That's 134 Foxtrot, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff right now, Delray.
It's Delta 757. It is a sports charter heading to Denver. I'll let you guys know as it gets a little bit closer. I think we should have clarification or locked it in hopefully by the end of today. If I get clarification while I'm on the air with you guys today, I'll let you know where we're going in early December. Could be Thursday when I tell you. Could be this weekend. It's going to happen. Don't worry. It's going to happen. I don't want to tell you where we're going until we get the date completely confirmed.
Right turn 2292, hold short, upper 24 left.
All right, this is a Delta 757-200 carrying a sports team to Denver. Beep.
Right turn 2292, cross rate 24 left at Victor, contact ground
So, let's recap here. This weekend, Rudy and I travel back to the East Coast. We give you shows in Reagan National on Sunday, the big Sunday show at Reagan National. Should be a lot of fun. Expect a lot of people to come out. Monday, next Monday, we are taking to Dulles. We're doing the show there. Then Rudy and I come back on the Tuesday late. Somehow we booked a 6 p.m. departure. It's late on Tuesday. So next week's schedule is probably only going to be one LAX show before the Sunday show, because we also have the release Southwest behind the scenes of their headquarters there in Dallas gets released a week from this Saturday, so November 15th. So we got that coming up. We got Phoenix coming up the week of Thanksgiving, and then we take you airside to an airport for some amazing footage in early December. That was the Dreamliner Flight 26 with American 787-9 Dreamliner coming up from Tokyo Haneda, touching down there on runway 24 right.
American 26 Heavy, cross range 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Next arrival is Southwest Airlines Flight 3284 coming up from San Antonio, Texas, the 737 MAX 8. The big Q, Qatar Airways Flight 739, coming in from Doha. It's an A350, 1,009 minutes away. And Emirates Flight 215, coming in from Dubai. A380 Super, just 17 minutes away. And Korean Air Flight 11, the 747-8 Intercontinental, coming in from Seoul, just 24 minutes out. So a lot on its way. Oops. A lot on its way in. Yeah, so there was some stuff going there at Reagan National involving a United 737. Apparently, bomb threats. All is good, and the airport is back open. Lufthansa Queen, Flight 456, coming in from Frankfurt. The 747-8 Intercontinental, just 30 minutes away. So a lot's heading in. Who do we have in our chat here today?
3284
Cheryl Reinhardt, friend Joni, Chad Stuffins, Matthew B, 747, friend Gina M, Magnolia. See, I don't like these @ names. I can't read your names very well. Legend Jane, Game Boy Lyric, stopped by there on Halloween nights. Mooney 5280, Robert Behringer, Abby C, Jordan, one of our great mods, Molly, one of our great mods, Bev Ann, Bev A, one of our great mods, Allison Neo, Super 80 Adrian, Christina there in Australia, the Peacock A380, Taxiway Lima, Phil G, Gary Sunken. What's up, Gary? I'll tell you, they had, we had a big celebration here in LA yesterday for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And, I used to be a TV news photographer, and if I wasn't out here shooting planes for you guys, I'd be part of the big parade. And I got to tell you, I tuned in, and I'm very thankful that I'm out here with the planes. That's all I'm going to say. Looks like everyone had a great time. It's just not my cup of tea. Too many people. Too many people screaming into the camera. Go Dodgers! Mike Reef in the chat. Jeffrey Hines. Ma Chung. CB Valley Pats. Adam H. Kenneth Murray. Cash Mara. Patrick the Plane Spotter. Crazy Llama, 771, Smoke Pork Chop, PC Lawn Party, Grumpy, Pettin City Plane Spotter. You guys, a lot of you guys are here. Oh, the TV News Live cellular field backpacks are struggling with connection due to all the people downtown yesterday. Yeah, I mean that is a challenge, and what those are basically the bonding units. We don't do bonding now. There was a time when we had a thing called a live view unit, which is a bonding cellular unit. It would take different connections, bond it together. It didn't work out very well for us. In fact, we really didn't need bonding. If we ever have an internet problem here, the first email I get from anybody is, why don't you try bonding, Kevin? No, we don't need no bonding. It's a flight coming in from San Antonio, Texas. When he first started doing live streams here at LAX over 4 years ago, In fact, it was longer. There was live streams that we did here on the channel that look nothing like what they do now. You barely saw me, you barely heard me, and what you saw was the chat window on the right-hand side and a little window for the camera. If anybody remembers that, that was about a year, I want to say maybe less than a year, but at least almost a good year before April 10th, 2021. Those days, the internet was so bad here at LAX that we would do a live stream for 5 minutes and then it would just fall apart and I'd have to restart it over and over and over and over again. It was horrible. And that's why I gave up on doing live streams at LAX. I tried and I was like, well, this isn't going to work. Forget about it. I'm just going to go back to doing the 4K videos. So it wasn't until April 10th, 2021, that I went outside the In-N-Out Burger and I tried a different software and it actually was better, but the internet had improved. And within a year, from April 10th, 2021, within a year, they started to install, T-Mobile did 5G around LAX, and it just improved it tremendously. And ever since then, it's been great. We've had a few issues here and there, but nothing like it used to be. But boy, it was aggravating those first couple of years. So here we are. Lots of supers and heavies on their way in. Up first, we'll start with an E-Jet. Delta Connection, SkyWest, Flight 3697, coming up from Sacramento, followed by the Big Q. Qatar Airways, Flight 739, coming up from Doha on the A350-1000. Emirates A380 Super just off the coast, flying over Santa Monica. We'll be arriving here at about 8 minutes here on the north side. And then we've got the Lufthansa Queen, the Korean Air Queen, all kinds of planes heading on in. Gary says, I need a live view. I have a live view, Gary. We don't even use it. That was $1,500 I spent on that unit. And we used it. If you remember, we used to do the 4K broadcast. Is anybody remembers the 4K broadcast that we were doing? There was no graphics on the screen. That was being used with that live view, which was bonding. And I gave up on it. Laughing because Gary thinks I need a live view. Well, Gary, I think our signal's pretty good. Watch it say that now and it falls apart. All right, lots of heavies on the way in.
Code 3697 and Victor, crossing 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Oh, did the pool camera on the Dodger Boss go out?
Code 3697, crossing 24 left, contact ground
Singapore
point
Airlines
65.
Flight 101 heading back to Tokyo Narita on a 777-300ER heading up to the north side. Next up, Big Q. Network asking, Kevin, why haven't you activated Jules? What's that? Jules? What is Jules? Network, I have no idea what you're asking. Kevin, why haven't you activated Jules? Inform me. What is Jules? We got the big queue up next for arrival. Oh, Gary's saying now I need a news truck. Gary, we don't need news trucks anymore. We don't need live views. That's old school.
Air, Victor Heavy, any left turn, cross turn 24 left, contact ground point.
Oh, now we're, oh, you're, okay. Now we're just asking about the jewels. Okay. That is only, Jules here on YouTube is only on the vertical live streams. And yeah, we're doing vertical and horizon live streams here today, but honestly, I don't know how to turn on Jules. Let me look into that. Allison, could you remind me to look into the Jules? They don't have Jules on the main live streams. Those were made for the vertical YouTube live. But now that we're doing that, I'm not quite sure if there's a separate menu for that. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually get a jewel. All right, that is Singapore, Flight 101, the 777 at 300ER heading back to Tokyo Narita. Will continue on to Singapore. Thank you, Allison. Yeah, adding it to the list. Thank you.
Singapore 11 Heavy, LA Tower, 24 left, line up and wait.
Line up runway 24 left, Singapore 11, good morning.
No, we don't need a news truck. If anything, I'd like to wrap this Toyota. So we're driving down the road. It looks like a news truck. I think that would be cool. A lot of you guys say it's going to be a security issue. I say, I don't know. I think people already know already. A little windy out there.
Singapore 11 Heavy, running 24 left, clear for takeoff, right now, bell right.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24 left, Derry, down there, Singapore 11.
Washington 1023, contact SoCal.
I got that Emirates A380 Super on its way in here to the north side. Oh, Nanny Needles, yes, I saw your message, but go into the P.O. Box. Yes. Allison, can you go to P.O. Box before Saturday on the list as well? Thank you. Who needs Barb? And you got Allison, right? All right,
Heavy contact.
I hate to say this, but I don't think that's going to get any better. I'd be surprised if that burns off.
Emirates 83 Mike Super LA Tower and a 24 right, clear to land.
Could you request every piece of the check?
Again?
Could you repeat the request?
Wind 240 at 11, guns 18.
The wind is definitely picking up. That was Delta Airlines Flight 2769 coming from Seattle, 737-800. Next stop is the Emirates A380 Super, followed by Lufthansa Flight 456. Here we go with the back-to-back action. The fun here at LAX, the King and the Queen. Nancy, is that something I need to pack with us, or do you just want me to get it before we go? Oh, Nancy? Oh, Nancy. Is this something I need to pack and bring with me, or are you just trying to get it, or am I trying to get it before we go? Because if it's something I need to pack, is it big, is it small? Inquiring minds want to know. All right. Swing the camera back out to the east. So we're not seeing the aircraft pop in the screen until you get pretty close to us. Beautiful butter.
And the 456 Heavy LA Tower and 24 right, clear to land, caution assistance super average landed.
All right, up next is the Lufthansa 747-8 Intercontinental Flight 456. Still out there just a little bit. We also have the Korean Air Flight 11 coming in from Seoul. That is 747-8 Intercontinental, just 9 minutes out. Air France Flight 22 coming in from Paris on the 777-300ER, just 24 minutes away, coming in from the east.
That's 2873 LA Tower waiting for traffic up Santa Monica Airport.
All right, the A380 should be crossing number 24 left.
Super turn left on Echo, contact ground 121.65.
That's an Echo 125. That's okay.
Barely see it down there. Nanny Needles back with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Nancy says it's a very small package, and I want you to have the contents with you when you travel. You can open it on your next stream. There, though, right? Or wait, I have so many questions. You want me to open it on the next? Well, the next stream is Thursday, so I'd have to go tomorrow. Unless you want me to open it in DC. Gosh, I have so many questions. I'm so sorry, Nancy. All right, we're going to turn the camera back around. Of course, the Lufthansa Queen up next.
695 LA Tower, Foxtrot service, Charles Heavy 747.
Barely see her.
18, for 324, exit plan. Wind 260 at 8, gusts 18. Blue 800, continue via Delta 7 Echo.
Yeah, Delta 7 Echo, sorry about that, for 800.
The 456 Heavy, hold short, operating 24 left.
Moody says, no holy mollies, please. It was rocking and rolling a little bit there.
RNAV Del Rey, no delay.
RNAV Del Rey, 24 left.
Brista Corge with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Brista Corge. Has spent an amazing weekend with the flight crew going from DFW to Honolulu, DFW. Besides spending lots of time on 787s, it was a very educational and very fun. Well, very cool. DFW, Honolulu, DFW. And a 787. Perfect.
Flight 2341 LA Tower to 24, clear to land.
Unfortunately, the takeoff shots here today are not going to be the best.
Lufthansa 456 Heavy traffic holding crosswind 24 left.
JetBlue Flight 800 heading to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It's an A321.
South 2873, contact SoCal departure.
Good day, 2873.
So the Queen is still holding short of 24 left. So the Queen did cross over the A380 Super Emirates, about to make that turn on a Kilo and head into the gates of Tom Bradley. Made showing 92.55, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Made Sean.
Alaska 695, hold short, up runway 24 left.
Hold short 24 left.
By the way, Mei Chong, I think you were in the 24-hour live stream yesterday at about 10 o'clock on the North Side stream. Thank you so much for alerting us there in the chat. I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know why, and I checked that stream because we've been having so many issues with it lately. I just want to make sure it wasn't staring at the sky, and I saw you guys' comments in the stream. So thank you so much for alerting us to that. It was reported, so thank you. I appreciate that. You guys always keeping an eye on the stream and whatnot.
Heavy LA Tower, 24 right, start to land.
JetBlue A321 heading to Florida, rolling down the 24 left into the thick fog.
Alaska 695, but whiskey crossing 24 left.
Next arrival is Frontier, Carrie the Fisher livery. Carrie the Fisher? Carrie Fisher? Coming in from Denver on the A321 Neo, followed by the Korean Air Flight 11. Coming in from Seoul on the 747-8 Intercontinental. Nanny back with a $2 super chat. Says the box is 5x5x3, can easily pack it. All right, so you want me to open it in DC from the sounds of it. All right. Thank you, Nancy.
Code 4133, LA Tower, 24 right, clear to line caution, interpreter shop at Heavy 747.
Was Carrie Fisher. Carrie the Fisher. All right, up next is the Queen. As that Queen heads to the gates of Tom Brownlee, we'll see both the Emirates A380 Super and the Lufthansa Queen head back up here for north side takeoffs later this afternoon. Up next, another heavy, another Queen.
21 heavy, cross from me 24 left, kind of ground 121.65.
All right, with that Queen arrival, that takes us at the top of the hour once again. Just after 1 p.m. here in a very gloomy looking Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. I am your plane jockey Kevin here at the East Economy Parking Garage overlooking the north runways, 24 left and 24 right, giving you all the awesome up-close action and awesome sounds you'll only find right here at LAX. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. First, welcome to the channel. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and make sure your notifications are all up to date. We have one more show after today at LAX before we take you back to the East Coast for you this coming weekend. So if you're going to be in town, just know Rudy and I will not be at an Imperial Hill this Sunday. We're going to be at Reagan National there on the East Coast for you on Sunday. And if you're around the area, come on out. Gravelly Park, there outside the airport, expecting a lot of people. Next arrival here on the north side is Delta Connection SkyWest Flight 4133 coming in from Aspen, followed by American Eagle SkyWest Flight 6230 coming in from Vegas. That will be an E-Jet.
Turn left on Victor, cross from me 24 left, kind of around 121.65.
May Chung, back with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, May Chung. Says, it was my pleasure, Kevin. I first asked Abby if she recognized the person who was wandering near the cameras, and she said no. Abby helped by sending an email to the mods. Well, thanks, you guys. And I apologize if you guys were watching last night on the 24-hour live feeds. There was some nasty language being used. I apologize about that, obviously out of our control, but this situation has been taken care of. Thanks, you guys, for keeping an eye on everything and alerting us. We can count on you guys. Thank you so much. All right, that Queen Air Queen, about to make that turn onto taxiway Kilo. E-Jets.
6381 LA Tower, wind 240.
Number 2 for arrival is American Eagle SkyWest Flight 6381 coming in from SFO, another E-Jet.
3403 LA Tower, on the 24 left line up away, traffic will cross downfield.
24 left, 5 Boeing, Southwest 3403.
So 3403 on second on, so you got a wheel up time. Yeah, that's fine. Runway 2 left line away. It's going to be traffic will cross downfield.
24 left, line Boeing, Southwest 3403.
230, turn left on Victor, cross from me 2 for left, kind of ground point 6 out.
Victor, cross 2 for left, ground 566.
Southwest 737 at 700, marching over there to 24 left. Oh, nothing actually happened to the stream. Everything was fine. The equipment's fine. Everything's fine. Thankfully. This flight heading to SFO. It's a 20-year-old 737-700, flight 3403. Air France heading to the south side. We do have a Delta 767 at 300ER coming in from JFK. The flight number is 773, just 9 minutes out for a north side arrival. Asiana bringing back the A380 here today for flight 204 coming in from Seoul. That aircraft is just 1 hour and 4 minutes away. Of course, we have the Lufthansa A380 Super. That aircraft 2 hours and 15 minutes out for an estimated arrival time of 3:23 p.m. I hate to say this, but I think I wouldn't call this fog. And now we've seen fog before. If you've seen fog, you've seen it basically wipe out our show. This is more just haze, moisture haze.
Chopper 340 tree, contact SoCal departure.
Now, I could have just canceled today's show with this haze, but I said, no, the show must go on. Haze, no haze. We need our planes. Marching down at Taxway Echo is that CRJ 700 coming from Aspen that we saw arrive here on the north side. Behind it, JetBlue Flight 387, A321 coming in from Boston, arriving there on the south side and making its way up here to Terminal 1. If you remember, Terminal 5 is now closed there on the south side. JetBlue is sharing some space with Southwest Airlines up here at Terminal 1 on the north side. Spirit has moved to the extension of the West Gates, and American just got shoved back into Terminal 4. Next arrival is Delta Connection, SkyWest Flight 4099, coming from Reno. It's another E-Jet. Will be followed by that Delta Heavy 767 at 300ER coming in from JFK, flight 773. What's up, Jessica? Welcome to the channel. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. Of course you have, because you're able to chat. Well, welcome to the channel, Jessica. So I've been busy making some new emojis for our second channel, AVL Plus. That's where you find our 2 24-hour, 7 days a week live streams from high atop the H Hotel.
49.9 cross me, 2 left and around 121.65.
A lot of you guys are having a lot of fun with the new emojis. Continue to update those. The Southwest flight heading to Denver, flight 2362 at 737 MAX 8, followed by Delta Airlines flight 2267 heading to SFO on a 737 800. JetBlue A321 coming in from Boston, finally makes that final turn, now heading into the gates. Who's excited for our new BTS of Southwest?
Southwest 2362, wind 2209 on app.
Charlie and I talked yesterday. Charlie's the producer editor. He's on the final stretches. He's not done yet. And I keep on asking him, well, what do you think? In all the BTS behind the scenes videos we've done here on the channel in the last 2-3 years, how's this one compared to the others? He said, I love it. This is my favorite. And I don't think he's just blowing smoke. I think he really means it. I trust his judgment. So if he really likes it, prepare yourself for one of the best behind the scenes videos we've ever produced here on the channel, taking you to the headquarters of Southwest there in Dallas.
Roger.
I think it also comes at a very good time. I think with their upcoming assigned seating starting in January, the end of January, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be seeking out some new information about Southwest. Certainly a lot of changes happening on the airline. They're in the social media constantly changing this, changing that, redoing this, redoing that. I think there's been a lot of questions a lot of people have, and I think I'll be able to answer a lot of those questions that a lot of people have. And I think the majority of the questions are, what are they doing? They're not the airline that we once knew. And I think what we're going to show you is that is not true. 100% not true. Southwest is still the airline that you've known all these years. They've just tweaked one thing here and tweaked one thing there just to keep up. It's a very expensive business. Sometimes you got to tweak things and change things just to keep things rolling, and that's what they're doing. But I think what you're going to see and what we're going to show you is it is still Herb Kelleher's baby, still rolling along. Coming in from JFK, Delta 767 300 ER.
2267 contact, so got departure. The 2267 contact, so got departure.
So I want you guys to understand that one thing as well is, and I've talked about this before, Southwest, they don't really, in terms of social media, people like me, YouTubers, they don't open the door for too many people, if any at all. They have their they have an internal team of social media people who we all met while we were there. But in that terms, Southwest doesn't open the door. They used to, but they closed it for a good long time, and there might be reasons behind that they're not sharing with us. But they were approached by us a long time ago. We approached them a long time ago and said, hey, we're doing this with other airlines. This is what we've done. We want to do it with you. And they said, this is interesting. So they did all their background checks on us. They ran everything. They didn't just say yes. They had to check to see what this Airline videos was all about. Was this a decent channel? Are they going to throw us under the bus? Are they going to, what's the deal with this Kevin and Airline videos? So they did all their background checks on the channel before they said yes. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the CEO of Southwest had to get the clear for us to do this. So what I'm trying to say is, the access that we were giving from Southwest a month and a half ago just is not given to a lot of people. So for that, we're very grateful. But I want to make sure that you guys understand this as well. We did not go to Southwest to do a puff piece. And what does that mean? I'm not there to say everything is hunky-dory. They didn't pay us to do that. In fact, I spent a lot of money. We spent a lot of money to do these videos by airfare and paying Charlie to produce and edit these videos. So there's a big cost for me to do these. But I want to make sure you guys understand, and I think you'll see that, is that it's not a pup piece. It's not. I'm not going to say everything is perfect, and you'll see that. But I'm not going to say everything is bad either, because it wasn't. And I'm going to be as real with you about what I experienced there at Southwest, and I think Southwest will appreciate that realness that we have here on the channel, and I think that's maybe why they invited us to go and do that piece. So you guys will all see it a week from Saturday. All right, another Delta 767 at 300 ER now rolling down to 24 left.
This was Joe's right, 2279. 2279, no one target ready for Echo 7. Stand by, just a second, right, 2279. Or back taxi. Yeah. Right, 2279, Echo 7 or back taxi, runway 24 left on the way, please. Caution, wind turbulence, departing 777. Okay, Echo 7, line up and wait, we're back taxi, right? 2279.
The Delta 767 taking off, heading to JFK, flight 939. And this Delta flight heading to Minneapolis, an A321, flight 914. Next arrival is American Eagle, SkyWest, flight 4911, coming from Sacramento. PC lawn party. You know what? I didn't even think of that. PC lawn party says, do members get early access to the video? I didn't even think of that.
4911 off 7 tower, wind 24011, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Well, there's two ways I can do this. In the past, we've done a live premiere where everyone watches at the same time, real time. We've done that. I'm kind of on the fence about that. I don't know if it really did anything more to the video or whatnot. Or we could. I'm going to release the video early in the morning. Maybe you're on to something. Maybe members do get, maybe you guys get access to that video on Friday instead of Saturday. I kind of like that idea. Allison says the live premiere fun. Brisket Corky says early access. Yes. Super 80 Adrian says I love the live premieres. Well, I know for one thing I can't do both. It's either early access for members or we watch it all together. Brian Henry says Friday night.
Hotel Juliet, select car. 4 Hotel Juliet, can you maintain VFR at all times? Air 4 Hotel Juliet, squawk 0227, clear through Bravo airspace via the harbor route south, out of below 900 feet, squawk, or LA altimeter is 3009. And 4 Hotel Juliet, squawk 0227. Thank you.
Well, let me think about how we would even approach that.
Trail this challenge jet up south complex.
H says I can hear Kevin thinking. Yeah, it's me thinking.
See you later.
Matthew says it would be great to have a premiere with the community, live community. We've done that, and I was doing that with pretty much every BTS video. Well, before I make a decision, let's see how things go. I don't get the proof until this weekend. And if I don't have many changes and everything's good to go, then we should be good to go by midweek. If there are some major changes that have to be made, which I don't expect any, then Friday it might not be available. But we'll see how it goes. Avianca, flight 523, heading to San Salvador. A320 and Neo. Our next arrival is Southwest Airlines, flight 3875, coming up from Oakland at a 737-700. Things to make it go, Things to make it go, Kate loves trains and planes, says we'll take the Southwest video any way you give it.
2756 LA Tower.
I was just thinking of the JetBlue flight attendant that I talked to when we went to JFK. She was talking about, I told her, I said, we went to Southwest, we went to the headquarters, and she was like, oh, those flight attendants get paid the best. I said, I heard about that. She goes, oh yeah, they get paid the best in the industry, which kind of shocks me a little bit. Southwest Airlines, the highest paid flight attendants in the U.S. Go figure. I wouldn't have guessed that one. Good for them. So she was like, yeah, they're the highest paid. And on top of that, they have the best deals cut for them at the hotels when they're all in the same city. I said, really? She says, yeah, apparently if a bunch of crews are staying in the same hotel, the airline will apparently rent out the convention room in that hotel and throw them a party. I said, well, that's interesting. I said, you know what? Here's one thing I found in common with all of Southwest Airlines. They love to party. They love to drink. That's my kind of airline.
Southwest 3875, cross runway 2 for left, kind of ground, 0.65.
So I still think every Friday at the headquarters, though it's not going to be in the P's because it wasn't going on the days that we were there. Back in the day, Herb Kelleher, they had this rooftop deck, and it's still there, the rooftop deck of the older building. They have like 3 or 4 buildings now that they've expanded to, and you guys will see that in the video. I mean, you can walk for miles and miles and miles from one building to the next. I'm talking about the original, I'm not even quite sure it's the original, but it's the original building in their headquarters campus. And that's the building that Herb and Colleen's offices were in and still are in. There's a big rooftop deck that overlooks Dallas Love Field, and there's a plaque on the side of the wall that is an all like German style, like Oktoberfest type. I should have took a video of it, or a photo. I didn't take it. But apparently, and I still think they do that, they just don't do it on the rooftop deck because the campus is so large anymore. But every Friday, the whole company gets together and drinks together. They party. How you like that? It's gotten so big through the years, now they have to have it in a parking lot between some buildings or something that they can't actually fit everyone up on that rooftop deck. But that's the environment there at Southwest Airlines. And that is what you're going to see in the video is the people that work for Southwest, they live and breathe the airline. Becoming a Diamond member. Thank you so much for your awesome support. Southwest Airlines Flight 3265 heading to Vegas, and the 737 MAX 8 will be followed by JetBlue Flight 524 heading to JFK, and an A321. Quite the line of takeoffs.
Runway 45, taxi full length behind JetBlue. Runway 83, same for you, taxi full length to maintain 3,000 on departure.
Behind JetBlue is Air Mexico Flight 645 heading to Mexico City on the 737 MAX 9, as well as Air Mexico Flight 783 heading to Guadalajara, a 737 MAX 8. And Delta Airlines Flight 1647 heading to Salt Lake City in an A321. Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 2828 coming in from Denver on an A319.
We can bring out the runway at about just under 2 miles. I don't know if it's going to pass that. Okay, thank you. Yeah. wind 240 down RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
4 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV Del Rey,
This is 24 left in the sky, runway 24 left, line up away.
24 left, this is 524.
The Southwest rolls down at 24 left. Up next, the JetBlue A321 heading to JFK.
Left is Victor, hold short on runway 24 left.
left is Victor, hold short 24 left, Delta 2828.
Oh yeah, I was going to talk about that. Taxiway Lima talking about Delta's new uniforms. Having a little fashion show at the Delta Flight Museum in Atlanta yesterday. I like them. I think it looks better. It looks more like Delta than the purple uniforms that they have. Not that purple was bad. I just think these new uniforms, if you guys have seen it with Delta, just kind of fit with their brand a little bit more. Navy, dark navy blue, reds.
JetBlue 524, wind 240 at 10, RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Del Rey, clear for takeoff, 4 left, 524.
Mexico 645, LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up away.
Line up away,
Philip saying, Kevin, do Southwest employees have a ownership interest in the airline? I don't believe so.
1272 is within 10 miles for
2272, Los Angeles Tower, wind 240 at 10, runway 24 right, clear to land, exit at Whiskey Blues. Mako 645, turn left, fly heading 210, wind 25010, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Left on, take care, runway 24 left, and left, heading 010,
Mako 783, turn left, heading 230,
All right, first of two Air Mexico flights lined up there. Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 2272, coming from SFO in an old Northwest A320. KLM Flight 602 heading back to Amsterdam, and the 787-10 Dreamliner pushing back from the west gates should head up here for a north side takeoff.
Number 2, wind 250 at 10, runway 24 right middle.
On the Nippon Airways Flight 126 coming from Tokyo Haneda, 787-9 Dreamliner just 16 minutes out would be a north side arrival.
Mako 783, wind 25010, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. 1647, entire traffic ahead will turn out of your way, runway 24 left, line up away. 24 left, line up.
And our legend Shane gifted 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, and awesome support as always. 50 gifted memberships being sent out for here on AVL. Thank you so much, Jane. Still love that photo. I was taken with us there at the TWA Hotel. Let's see, that was the 16th. Not even less than a month. Well, the time is flying by, but thankfully not too fast. These old Northwest A320 and A319s here today, still going strong there with Delta.
2828, cross
And
runway
the
24 left.
JetBlue A321 pushing back.
24 left, ground point 65 Delta 2020.
So 2272, you can turn left at Victor if you can make it, that's fine. Cross
This flight heading to Boston, flight 388.
Delta 2272, alright, we'll go ahead and take Victor, cross runway 24 left, contact ground on the other side.
Delta 1647, contact so
Next arrival here on the north side is a flight coming in from Detroit, Michigan. Delta Airlines flight 634. It's a 737-900 ER. Be followed by Southwest Airlines flight 1741 and coming in from SFO at a 737-700. Asiana bringing in the A380 here today for flight 204. It is now just 39 minutes away. We also have Qantas flight 15 coming in from Brisbane, 787-9 Dreamliner, just 36 minutes away. By the way, I walked into the office today and Grandma was just standing there.
Delta 634, cross me, 2 left, kind of ground point 65. Sky was 3632, run me 2 left, line up wait.
24 left, line runway, go 6.
Yeah, I'll show you guys. You want to see it? Babe. Oh, I don't know if it's going to work.
Delta 1741, Los Angeles
go
Tower, wind
full
240,
screen
red
here.
10, runway 24, right clear to land. Delta 2337, Los Angeles Tower, number 2, wind 240, with 10, runway 24, right clear to land. 3632.
Anyway, Grandma's
runway 24 left.
watching over the office here in Los Angeles. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma always greets me when I walk into the office. KLM flight 602 making that right-hand turn onto taxiway Echo. We'll head up here for a north side takeoff. Carl McDonald, 7603, gifting an awesome at 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Carl. Awesome support as well. Appreciate that.
Scout 3632, contact SoCal departure.
Departure, Stuart 36.
Thank you so much, Carl. Appreciate that. The office is secured like Fort Knox. Cameras, animatronics, you name it. We got it covered.
602 Heavy, lost in the tower, runway 24 left, the line up away.
All right, KLM rolling it down at taxiway Echo.
Left on Victor, cross runway 24 left, center ground.
That was the flight, Southwest flight coming from SFO, flight 1741 and the 737 at 700. It's a brand new aircraft just delivered in May of this year, the 787-10 Dreamliner heading back to Amsterdam. So I think the sun was trying to burn away some of this haze here today. I think it's a little successful, but as we get closer to the 2 o'clock hour, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for that sun. Polish Airlines Flight 21 coming in from Warsaw, 787-9 at Dreamliner, 20 minutes out, coming in from the east. Looks like it could, not guaranteed, could be a north side arrival. And Virgin Atlantic Flight 7 coming in from London Heathrow, 787-9 at Dreamliner, just 30 minutes out.
KLM 602 Heavy, R now Delray 12510, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
So Rooney and I are flying on United at 787-9 at Dreamliner's $2 and back here to LAX. As we've done in the past, make sure to follow us on Twitter, X, Instagram, and Facebook. We will be shooting some video along the trip, keeping you guys a little updated on what's going on. I didn't do it on the trip out to JFK this last time, and I apologize. I said I was going to do it. Instead, we did a live stream inside the airport. But I kind of felt like, oh, this again? Oh, Kevin's on JetBlue, the man, blah, blah, blah. Oh, Kevin's going to order the 3 dishes. Oh, great. Now Kevin's going to take a nap, blah, blah, more champagne, blah, blah. And so I didn't do it.
Delta 2337, cross me 2 for left, center ground, 0.65.
I just felt like been there, done it on the JetBlue experience. So I'll do it on the United with Rudy. Just because we haven't flown on United in a long time. The last time we were on United was coming back from Honolulu. Actually, no, I take that back. So the last time we were on United was the Dreamliner from Chicago. So the last time we were in Chicago, we were on the United Dreamliners. So it's been a while. So I feel like this is something that we haven't done it in a while. So I'll do my little update videos along the way as we board the plane and all that jazz. Hopefully we won't be delayed. We leave at like 8:40 in the morning on Saturday morning. But of course, we don't post those videos here on YouTube. So if you'd like to follow along, make sure to follow us on Twitter X, which, by the way, we just celebrated 100,000 followers on Twitter X. That, to me, is a big achievement because to get followers on Twitter X is really hard to do, and we just hit 100,000 on Twitter X. Instagram, I think we're still hovering at what, 300,000 to 400,000. It never really moves. And of course, on Facebook, we just hit over 1 million. So close to 1.1 million of you guys following us on Facebook. So there's a lot more than just the live streams and just the broadcasts and everything you see here on YouTube. So make sure to follow us on all the other social media channels that are connected to Airline videos. Tomcat, I certainly hope. Today's election day, and from what I heard, you know, some of the things going on in politics, that we don't really get into it here on the channel, but now that the election day is officially over, hopefully Washington can get their stuff together and reopen to the government. I heard the earliest, if it was to open this week after the elections, would be Thursday. So hopefully get things back open so that the ATC controllers, TSA, and everyone else that relies on our federal government to get paid and whatnot, hopefully we can turn that around here this week. On the Japan Airways, the Dreamliner committed from Tokyo Haneda, touching down at 24 right.
On the front, 126 heavy, cross 22 for left, and around 0.65.
Close runway 24 left, down the 0.65, going for 130 heavy.
Next arrival is Alaska Horizon Flight 2147 coming up from San Jose. Marching over here to 24 left is Aviation Flight 641 heading to Guatemala City. It's an A320 Neo. Looks like that lot, Polish Airlines, could be a north side arrival. Avianca up next for takeoff at 24 left.
Takeoff, line 261, we're ready. 24 left.
241 on Pyramid, 24 left, line up away.
Line up away, 24 left, line.
you guys are tuning in, you're like, why is this so smoky? Actually, this is not smoke. This is just haze, marine layer. It's moisture. Trust me, if this was smoke, Kevin would not be here right now. Kevin would not sound like this. Kevin would be coughing up a lung. So it is not smoke. It is not smog. It's just moisture in the air. We're really close to the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean water is very cool. It's good for the skin. Heading to Tom Bradley. All right, let me look at the radar here. So Lot, definitely a north side arrival. Lot Polish Airlines Flight 21 coming in from Warsaw. 787-9 at Dreamliner, just 5 minutes away. We'll be followed by American Airlines Flight 164 coming in from Honolulu. It's an A321neo. Asiana Flight 204, the A380 Super coming in from Seoul, just 25 minutes away. And Qantas Flight 15, which is now a Dreamliner, 787-9 at Dreamliner. Sorry about that. I'm not quite sure what it just hit. Just 11 minutes out. Virgin Atlantic Flight 7 coming in from London Heathrow, 787-9 and Dreamliner, 23 minutes away. So I noticed that they are starting to do some construction over here in one of the parking lots. Not quite sure what is going on. They are digging. I don't know. Are they going to put a parking structure over there? I don't know. There's so much construction around LA. It's hard to keep up what they're doing. I mean, it could be as simple as just installing a sewer line over there, but you never know. There's a lot of land between where we are and Sepulveda. What I would love to see is them build another parking garage in front of us here. Make it 2-3 levels, just high enough so we can go to the far edge of the new parking garage and be right looking over Sepulveda. It'd be like San Diego. Wouldn't that be cool? No, that's wishful thinking, right? But they got all this land for parking that they could do. It's going to be parking. It can't be anything else. So either you're going to keep it flat like it is now, or you're going to build multi-level. Go over and ask them. I'll be right back. Let me go ask the construction crew. What are you guys building? None of your beeswax is what they'll tell me. There's a good chunk of land on the south side off of Aviation. It's an empty field. I don't think that LAWA owns it. It's just there must have been a building there that they tore down at some point. There's a lot of old buildings on the south side. So basically what it is, if you know where the Proud Bird restaurant is, if you look to the north, let's say you're out on the patio of the Proud Bird, look directly north, and there's just a big plot of land up there. Now, some of that is LAWA, and I think some of that is owned by someone else. Anyway, every time I go by that big plot of land, I sit there and think, AVL Cafe. The AVL Cafe. Come on down to the AVL Cafe. Can you imagine? Big old porch outside seating, barbecue. The Proud Bird wouldn't be too happy about it. But have our own plane spotting restaurants right there. Dreams can come true, right? I'm a believer in that. If I won the lotto, and I'm not a very lucky person, but if I won the lotto, I'd build it for you guys. Build it right there, smack on the south side overlooking the 25s. Now I'm being arrested.
Runway 24 right settle in.
Settle in, circle right on 1.
A lot of Polish Airlines coming in from Warsaw. Arriving here on the north side.
Lot 21 heavy, turn left when able, cross from 2 for left, kind of ground point 65.
Left when able, cross 65.
All right, that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. And it's just after 2 p.m. here in a gloomy looking Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is Tuesday, November 4th. 2025. And I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here for you, plane spotting all the action for you guys all around the world here on the north side overlooking the 24 runways, 24 left and 24 right. Hope you guys are all having a great day. Thanks for joining me here today as we continue on. Lots of planes on their way in, so don't go anywhere. We got that American A321 up next. The Neo coming in from Honolulu.
American 164 left, turn 1 able, cross from 2 for left, and kind of ground point 65. Have a great day. American 164 cross.
Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 895, coming from Atlanta, 737-900ER. That is an A321neo coming from JFK, Flight 323, arriving on the south side, now making those turns heading into Terminal 1. In the Southwest Flight 1712, coming from Dallas Love Field, the 737 MAX 8, also arriving there on the south side, now making that turn heading into Terminal 1. The Delta A321neo just making the right-hand turn onto Echo, now heading to 24 left. This flight heading to Lahui, Flight 428. Kathy Bosley says, Kevin behind the bar serving Wagyu burgers and Aviation martinis. Yes, I'm in.
Taxi pulling from runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Tower Delta 420, are we fuel?
428, hold short of Delta 7.
Hold short of Delta 7, Delta 420.
Again, that was the flight coming in from Atlanta.
95, left turn 1 able, cross from 2 for left, gunner ground 0.65.
Left turn with C, cross 2 for left, 0.65.
Next arrival should be Qantas, the 787-9 Dreamliner coming in from Brisbane, Flight 105. The A380 Super Asiana, Flight 204, coming up from Seoul, 9 minutes out, north side arrival. Lots heading to the west gates. Of course, if you guys have any, make sure to hit that like button, feed the bees, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all up to date. Our next live broadcast after today will be on Thursday. Hi, top the H Hotel for a little afternoon at plane spotting action. Then we take you to Washington, D.C. Reagan National on Sunday, the big Sunday show at Reagan National on Sunday. And then Dulles, Washington Dulles Airport on Monday. So Sunday, Monday for you guys there on the East Coast. Then we'll bring it back here to LA for the big premiere week of Southwest.
Delta 420, just confirm to line up away.
Delta 428 affirmative, and RNAV Delray wind 24012, runway 24 left, service takeoff.
RNAV Delray 24 left, service takeoff, Delta 420.
All right, the A321neo heading to Lahui, all set, ready to go.
Honors 15 Heavy, LA Tower, wind 24012, runway 24 right, clear to land.
goes, rolling down to 24 left.
Delta 428, contact circle departure of your flight. Thanks, good day, Delta 428.
And as we get deep in the heart of the afternoon, I was kind of hoping this would clear out a little bit. It's getting a little bit better, but yeah, it's getting better. Kevin, what are you thinking? It is getting better. It may not look better, but I think it's getting better. I think. All right, next up is Qantas Flight 105, Kevin from Brisbane, a 787-9 Dreamliner. A380 Super just over downtown. All right, turn the camera out back out to the east.
Alaska 686, LA Tax Oxford, German phone, heavy Dreamliner 1 mile final. With 24011, runway 24 right, clear land. Around 24 right, Alaska 696. Now the 2606, LA Tower, runway 24 left, line of way. Left way, 24 left, up 2606.
Well, I tell you, this 737 with Delta made that turn really fast. We'll turn and burn.
Qantas 15 heavy, hold short, runway 24 left.
Michael becoming a gold. Oops, hold on 1 second here, Michael. Let me get this back up. Michael becoming a gold member. Thank you so much, Michael.
JetBlue 388, RNAV Delray, wind 25010, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. 24 left, clear for takeoff, RNAV Delray, JetBlue 388. Delta 26.
JetBlue flight heading to Boston, flight 388. It's an A321. Got that A380 Super Asiana heading our way. Those that serve special delivery. almost like a day that doesn't go by that we don't see at least one of those honoring those that serve. Of course, they have about 4 of those in their fleet. That one was the 737 MAX 8, the most recent addition to the honoring those that serve. Next arrival is Aviation Flight 204, the flight coming up from Seoul, that A380 Super, just 3 minutes out. It's because the A380 Super pushed the Dreamliner Virgin Flight 7 heading to the south. JetBlue Flight 100 heading to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It's an A321 now making its way over to 24 left.
JetBlue 100, waiting on a couple from the south-southwest. Just hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold short of left, JetBlue 100.
So it's going to hold it.
JetBlue 100 got a resequence, runway 24 left, line on the way.
24 left, line up and way, JetBlue 100.
JetBlue 100, RNAV Del Rey, wind 24011, runway 24 left, good for takeoff.
RNAV Del Rey, 24 left, here for takeoff, JetBlue 100.
I wonder what that whistle is from. I'm looking. I don't see anything yet. I don't see a traffic cop. Someone's blowing a whistle. Someone's having fun blowing that whistle. All right, we're going to head to the A380, popping through the fog here.
JetBlue 100, contact center departure, good flight.
JetBlue 100 going to departure. Take care now, guys.
Again, it's flight 204 coming up from Seoul, this A380 Super.
Agenda 204 Super, turn left at Yankee, cross runway 24 left, contact ground point 65.
We'll now cross over at 24 left, head to the gates of Tom at Bradley. Next arrival here on the north side is Delta Airlines flight 1728, coming from Boston. It's a 757 at 200. Top Air Portugal flight 247 coming in from Lisbon at A330 Neo, just 29 minutes out, coming in from the east. this is the only place. I don't think people are getting speeding tickets. I think they're getting parking tickets. I'll be honest with you. Let me be honest with you. The things I've learned about Los Angeles, and I'm talking about LA, not the OC. OC, a whole different story. Nobody ever gets pulled over for speeding in Los Angeles. Ever. The only way you get a ticket by LAPD, it seems, in the city, is parking for the most part. That's it. When it comes to other stuff, I just don't, you never see anybody getting pulled over for speeding. And maybe, I just never see anybody. Now the OC, I say that's a whole different beast down there. The OC has a different mentality when it comes to stuff like that. But in the years that I've lived here in LA, I've never seen anybody get pulled over for speeding. I know a lot of you guys are like, well, you can't speed there because you're always stuck in traffic. Not really, it's not the case. Avenir 0210 back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Avenir says. Oh wow, so I saw 806 AK honoring those who serve at a static display in Miramar. Yeah. Yeah, it was there. You guys got an up close look at that beautiful livery.
Okay, 511 traffic, 9 moving, your 10 o'clock appears maybe in the pattern there for Hawthorne. 1.5 miles, 1,000 eastbound. It's clear to Bravo Airspace northbound via the harbor route at about 900, squawk 0264.
Friend Kevin with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Kevin. Says happy Tuesday, Aviation. Kevin, have you been hearing ATC call Hawaiian Airlines Alaska as their call sign now? Recently, I was at LAX on Sunday after the Rams game to see the Dodgers arrive. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's awkward. I think it's going to take some time for the pilots to certainly get used to listening out for a Alaska call sign. Yeah, oh, don't get me started on Sunday. The Dodgers arrived on the north side on Sunday on 24 right here on the north side, and then it made its way over to the south, getting a water cannon salute on Papa. I said, Rudy, look, they're landing on the north, they're getting a water salute. That wasn't even a thought in my mind that was going to happen. I thought for sure they were going to arrive on 25 left, go short, and then go straight into Atlantic Aviation.
3524 on MDL Ray, wind 2509, runway 24 left, take off. On MDL Ray, 24 left, take off. Got 715 LA Tower, runway 24 left, last way. 24 left, last way, go.
Delta E321 and now heading over to 24 left.
JetBlue 223 LA Tower,
Oh, yeah, trust me, there is a lot of speeding in LA. Oh, there is. Just never anybody to pull anybody over. Jonas, the super chat. Thank you so much, Jonas. Is Kevin, did you hear about the new South Korean low-cost carrier, Beretta Air, that maybe will start flights to LA with the A330-200 next year? I did not hear anything about that. This is a Delta 757 at 200 coming in from Boston. So Jonas, I'm gonna have to look into that. No, I have not heard anything about that. You know, for a very short time, I think it was, gosh, what year was that? That was 2020. No. Help me here. What year? And it just happened. I think it was 2020. Was it 2020? No. October 2020, October 31st. Was it 2020 is when Delta retired their last 777. Flew it from JFK here to LAX. That was 2020, right? I was out here and got 4K video of that flight. I just remember that night there was a beautiful sunset. It was orange glow for Halloween. It was magical. Anyway, there's a reason why I'm asking that. So, if that was 2020, we had Jin Air, J-I-N-N Air, which is still flying. They were bringing in their 777s, and I think, aren't they a low-cost carrier there in Asia as well? And we were getting Jin Air for about, I want to say 2 or 3 months, and then it disappeared.
County Fire 11 leaving Los Angeles, Bravo airspace, squawk 3 Parker, exchange move, good night.
Anyways, around that time that the Delta retired their 777s, so whatever year that was, I think it was 2020. Next arrival is JetBlue, flight 223, coming up from JFK. It's an A321neo. A lot of JetBlue action here on the north side. Late 2020, okay, yeah.
Sky 3902 LA Tower, wind 24011, runway 24 right, clear to land.
And this JetBlue A321 heading over to 24 left.
4887 LA Tower at the full length, runway 24 left, line up, wait. 24 left. JetBlue 223, turn left at Victor, hold short, runway 24 left. Victor, short, 24 left. JetBlue 223.
This one heading to JFK, flight 1124. Already rocking and rolling down the 24 left. There's that Virgin Dreamliner, Flight 7 coming in from London Heathrow, arriving on the south side.
Del Rey, 24 left, let's take off, 4887.
Top Air Portugal, just 21 minutes out, coming in from the east, not guaranteed north side arrival. We do have a guaranteed north side arrival with Starlux, Flight 6, coming in from Taipei in that A350, just 25 minutes away. Next arrival is an E-Jet.
JetBlue 1124, contact show for departure, good day. 1124, good day. cross runway 24 left, contact ground point 65, good night.
24 left, ground point 65, have a good day.
What number?
Hi, Bird.
South 506, thank you, stand by. 4887, contact show to departure, good day. Good day, there's 4887. State 06, traffic 8 mile final for 24 right, proceed onto runway 24 right from Romeo. Sky 4887, contact show to
My friend
departure.
Mateo. It's a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Mateo. This is Hassan A380 landing in the morning yesterday.
Runway 24 left, Alaska 13.
In the morning. So either Korean, Asiana, or Qantas. I think there was a Qantas that arrived yesterday morning. Maybe that's what you saw.
Cross runway 24 left, contact ground 121.65.
Next arrival here on the north side is Southwest Airlines flight 2863, coming from El Paso, Texas. It's a 737-700. Also, JetBlue flight 201 coming in from Fort Lauderdale. An A321. A lot of Fort Lauderdale flights. JetBlue expanding there in Fort Lauderdale. Wish they would do that here at LA. Of course, they really don't have any gate space. Alaska flight heading to Portland, flight 1315.
South 506, thank you. Southwest 2863, wind 24010, runway 24 right, for the line. Alaska 1315, RNAV Del Rey, wind 24010, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV Del Rey, 24 left, clear for takeoff, left.
You guys started your holiday shopping? I went to Target yesterday. They've already got, well, I mean, this is no surprise. They already got the Halloween, or the Halloween stuff, obviously, is on sale, and Christmas on the shelves. But the thing that surprised me inside Target was the holiday music. Full blast. I'm not ready.
Op 506 from Zulu, proceed on to runway 24 left.
All right, up next, we got that Southwest flight as another Southwest flight makes that turn onto taxiway Echo. This one heading to St. Louis, flight 3417 at 737 to MAX 8. One arriving coming in from El Paso, flight 2863, 737 at 700.
JetBlue 201 LA Tower, good afternoon, wind 26010, runway 24 right, clear to land. 24 right, clear to land.
next. He said JetBlue A321 and coming in from Fort Lauderdale. Followed by Spirit, flight 543 coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, an A320. Kevin says Southwest Airlines has a nice partnership with Philippine Airlines announced today. Interesting. I also heard that Southwest is going to open up one of their first lounges in Hawaii. Did you guys hear that? It's funny, Southwest didn't mention anything about that when we were there at their headquarters about a month and a half ago.
506, thank you very much. Southwest 3417, runway 24 left, line of way. Line of way, runway 24 left, Southwest 3417.
All right, let's swing the camera around. The JetBlue A321 coming in from Florida. Yeah, they pretty much got that under wraps. Some of you guys were asking earlier, Kevin, when you were on your tour of Southwest, did they ever mention anything about future aircraft types? And we spent some time with the pilots in the flight simulators, and I think Southwest understands at some point the end of the line will happen with the 737, and so when that happens, what's next? And so I think, I'm pretty sure at this point they are looking what's after the 737.
Left, over takeoff, good 4001. Southwest 3417, contact circuit departure, good flight. Departure Southwest 3417, okay.
All right, we got that Spirit flight.
JetBlue 201
Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, up next.
1.65, good day.
Cross 2 for left 2165 on the other side here. 201.
Dallas 4001, contact departure, good flight. Right, good line. Right,
next arrival here on the north side, Alaska Airlines Flight 520 coming in from Portland. 737-800 followed by Delta Flight 2327 coming in from Minneapolis. An A321neo. Also United Airlines Flight 1498 coming in from SFL on a 737-900ER.
Delta 2327
Looks like TAP might be heading to the south side. Well, that's too bad. I'm still getting notifications about those escape monkeys. Actually, TAP looking like a north side arrival.
520 crossing with you, contact ground 121.65.
Alright, looks like TAP number 3. Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 2327 coming in from Minneapolis, an A321neo, followed by that United 737-900ER coming in from SFO, followed by TAP Air Portugal.
Yeah, 1498 LHR 12409 or 124 right.
Stacking them a little tight here on the north side. Legend Shane back gifting an additional 20 Airline Affinities Live memberships here today for a total of 70 gifted Airline Affinities Live memberships from Legend Jane. Jane, you rock. Thank you so much. Awesome support from Legend Jane. Hope you're enjoying the show here, Jane. Thank you so much. Another 20 Airline Videos Live gifted memberships being sent out. A total of 70 from Legend Jane. Thank you so much, Jane. All right. Up next. Portugal, which I thought was going to be a south side arrival. Up next here for the north side.
United 1498, turn left here, cross.
It's an A330 Neo coming in from Lisbon.
Left here, cross, 24 left, 2165. Southwest 785, LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up away. Out of way 24 left, Southwest 785. Looking for area 1, what was the call sign only? 310 LA Tower, Los Angeles, altimeter 3008, you're into Bravo Airspace, forward area 1 out of 1900, squawk 0214. Takeoff, Southwest 785. Please stand as approved as requested.
Start locks now just 7 minutes out. Kevin from Taipei, flight 6, A350-900.
Portugal 247 Heavy at Yankee Cross, runway 24 left, contact ground 0.65. At Yankee Cross 24 left, ground 0.65.
Also, Delta Airlines, flight 1475, Kevin from Vegas, 737-900ER, up at next for arrival.
You see us up at 785. Yep.
The Lufthansa A380 Super, Kevin from Munich, flight 452, now just 39 minutes away. Yes, there's something going on the south side.
Please stand, thank you. Southwest 3363 LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up
Nothing
away.
going on the south side. As there's no action on the south side.
Southwest 3363 on FTL Ray 1240 at 9er, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. 24 left, clear for takeoff on direct Southwest 30.
Another Southwest 737-700.
Delta 1475 LA Tower, wind 2509, runway 24 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 24. Frontier 2342 with me. We're with you, I'm not going to fly 2242. Frontier 2342, no delay down to the end, please. No delay to the end, Frontier flight 2242. Southwest 3363, contact Shokin Abarchi, good night.
ATC talking to this A321 Neo. They're on Echo. Frontier carry the Fisher livery. Flight 2342 heading back to Denver.
Frontier Frontier 2342 LA Tower to full length, runway 24 left minus and wait. Full length, runway 24 left, under flight 20.
Hello to everyone in the chat.
Contact
A lot of you guys saying hi to me throughout the course of the day. I do my best to look at the chat, the best that I can. What is this? Russell in there talking about some reported crash. What's going on?
06 to the LA Tower, wind 2309, runway 24 right, clear land. Frontier 2342, Arnav Del Rey, wind 2309, runway 24 left, clear takeoff. For left, clear takeoff, Arnav Del Rey, Metro 2342.
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. All right, we'll go to our next arrival, a Delta 737 at 900 ER. Starlux is making his way up here to the north as well.
Delta 2551 LA Tower, runway 24 left minus wait. 24 left minus wait, 2561. Delta 2551 Arnav Del Rey, wind 2409, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Arnav Del Rey, 24 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 2551.
I gotta read the chat. What's going on, you guys?
Roger, Skywest 5011 LA Tower, runway 24 left, minus away. Runway 24 left, Skywest 5011. Frontier 2342, contact circuit departure.
Oh, you've... All right, stand by, everyone.
Make the left turn, hold short, runway 24 left. Okay, left turn, hold short, 24 left.
Allison, do you have any information on what possibly is going on? All right, Starlux, our next arrival.
Skywest 5011, Arnav Del Rey, wind 2509, runway 24 left, clear takeoff. Arnav Del Rey, clear for Southwest 1741 LA Tower, runway 24 left, minus and wait. Okay, left, minus and wait, Southwest 1741. Delta 2551, contact circuit departure. 2550, yeah.
Starlux Flight 6, giving it from Taipei, A350-900.
Southwest 1741, Arnav Del Rey, wind 25010, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Arnav Del Rey, clear for takeoff, 4 left, Delta 1741. Skywest 5011, contact circuit departure, good day. Good day, Skywest 5011. Please 10, lead the Los Angeles Strawberry Space to the north, squawk feed bar exchange is approved, good day. Starwalker 006, heavy turn left at Whiskey, hold short, runway 24 left.
Jeez.
Whiskey, hold short, runway 24 left, Starwalker 006.
So that area where that MD-11 crashed in Louisville is south of the airport. There's a big community, a large residential area just south. Well,
On runway 24, back to the ground, 165,
Southwest 1741,
Wow.
contact truck and departure, good day. Have a great one, Southwest 1741.
Jeez. Murphy's Law, let me tell you. Well, I'm just going to be frank with you guys. I mean, I'm praying for everyone there in Louisville. Again, that south side of the airport is a heavily populated area of Louisville. Apparently, the MD-11 UPS has crashed just south of Louisville Airport there in Louisville, Kentucky. And I'm just going to be frank with you guys. At the beginning of today's broadcast, I was telling you I was going to take you airside in early December. We were taking you to Louisville, Kentucky to get you up close to all that UPS action. And I guarantee that airport is extremely busy dealing with this horrific crash here today. And I will be, frankly, I'll be honest with you that it probably is not going to happen now. So that's just unfortunate events being played out there in Louisville. I hope that it's not of a bad of a scene as I am seeing it there on the photos. But thoughts and prayers to everyone there in Louisville, Kentucky. Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 1890 coming up from Austin, Texas, an old Northwest A320.
Sky 5424.
Lufthansa Queen lighting up on the radar. Flight 457 heading back to Frankfurt. We'll be heading up here for a north side takeoff.
Delta 1890 LA, good afternoon, wind 250 at 9er, runway 24 right, clear to land. Skywest 3704 LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
No, there are no other. There's no live streamers in Louisville anymore. I believe I can't remember the guy's channel's name. He moved to Charlotte. Who's doing Louisville live streams. Very sad.
Skywest 5424 LA Tower, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Yeah, it crashed near Ferndale Road, and that you know, I worked at Wave 3 TV there in Louisville for a couple of years, and actually dated a girl that lived off of Ferndale Road in that area. That's why I'm so familiar with that southern part of the airport.
Sky 5424 on Del Rey, wind 25010, runway 24
I believe
left,
south of the airport there is a,
Skywest 3704, contact truck and departure, good day.
I don't know, you know, the last time I was there in 1998, I'm sure a lot has changed. Industry Park. I know back in the day, in 1998, this is before Amazon got really large, but Amazon was going to build a pretty big warehouse just south of SDF. I would believe it's in that general area.
Delta 1890, cross runway 24 left, contact ground 0.65, good day.
Oh, that's right. Sierra Bravo. Thank you, Gerard. It's the live streamer SDF. Yeah, he's no longer there. He and his family moved to, I believe, Charlotte.
So we were well inside Kobe, coming about 4 miles.
Okay, we'll let him know. 4 miles, thank you.
Duo Delta Airline Flight 422, Kevin from Honolulu, a 767 at 300 is the next arrival. The 767 is our next arrival. Lufthansa Queen pushing back. Phantom Bradley will be heading up here for north side at takeoff. Got that Lufthansa A380 Super just 22 minutes away. That officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. Just after 3 p.m. here in Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. Today is Tuesday, November 4th. 2025. So we start this hour. Our thoughts and prayers with everyone there in Louisville, Kentucky. Horrific crash involving an UPS MD-11 happening there just south of the airport. I'm sitting over here looking at more details and doing the live stream, and I'm sure you guys are doing all the same thing. So our thoughts going out to everyone there at UPS as well as Louisville, Kentucky. If I see any more information, I'll certainly catch you guys up to date here on the live stream. Until then, we've got a lot of action here at LAX still ahead. Another Delta 767 at 300 yard. Next takeoff. 24 left.
ARNF Delray, clear for takeoff runway 24 left, over 465.
Skywest 3759, early tower cross, white turbulence, runway 24 left, minus and wait.
24 left, left, and wait, goes 3759.
422 heavy hold, short of runway 24 left.
next one lining up, heading to Honolulu, flight 465. The one arriving, coming in from Honolulu.
Heavy contact to Cal departure. 3759 on Delray, runway 24 left clear for takeoff. 2120 LA turn, runway 24 left line left and wait. 4 left wait. Delray, runway 24 left clear for takeoff.
Arnav Delray, clear for takeoff, Delta 2120.
Air 3759, contact SoCal.
Hey, United A320 coming in from Seattle, flight 2610. Starting on the Lufthansa Queen up here on the north side. Next arrival is Delta Airlines flight 2914 coming in from Seattle and an A321 in Neo. So there are some video. I'm looking at video. Allison just sent me of someone's got video
I will let them know again.
of the MD-11 taking off, and the left engine
422 at Victor
is already engulfed in flames and obviously does not reach
United 2610 at Whiskey, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
takeoff speeds and just continues to float and crash there on the, looks like the south side of the airport. So there's video out there, certainly on Twitter X and on social media, if you want to look at that. There's nothing the pilot could have done. That is Lufthansa Queen making that turn on the taxiway Echo, now heading down here for a north side takeoff on 24 left. As I had mentioned at the beginning of today's broadcast that we were going to take you airside next month. In fact, I'll be honest with you, they actually offered next week, this Friday. They actually offered this Friday. They actually offered next week. They actually offered the week after, and I said no. I want to come there after Thanksgiving for the holiday rush with UPS. I'm talking about Louisville Airport, and they had agreed to allow us to do an airside live stream. But now with this crash, I would assume that is now not going to happen.
2307 LA Tower, my 24 right, clear to land.
Then I think, you know, anything's possible. They could still invite us out there, and you know, with us being out here doing live streams and all that, we prove to the world that flying is extremely safe, and it is extremely safe.
457 Heavy LA Tower, my 24 left full length, line up and wait. 157 Heavy, very good afternoon. Juliet Papa LA Tower, block 0274, LA altimeter 3007. Okay, Fulton Orange 1, Victor cross runway 24 left and ground 0.65. Victor cross 24 left over the ground.
Alright, the Queen, no wasting no time, now heading over to 24
Juliet
left.
Papa radar contact, half a mile south, clear to Bravo airspace as requested.
Again, this is Flight 457 heading back to Frankfurt. Yankee Juliet. Eva Air Flight 12, Kevin from Taipei. It's 777 at 300 yard, just 4 minutes out.
Everyone, Juliet Papa, so you don't want to talk to Santa Monica then?
Right off she goes, heading back to Deutschland.
Yeah, 307, roll to Yankee.
Alright, roll to Yankees, guys.
Got 307, just don't exit the runway quite yet.
Roger.
Got 307, thanks for your help. Now turn left at Yankee, cross runway 24 left, ground 0.65 today.
Alright, left Yankee, cross 24 left, ground 0.65, guys, 307, have a good day.
On the 457, heavy contact, SoCal departure. 1 Juliet Papa, climb to 2,500 and then clear to Bravo airspace to hold at south.
She continues now farther off over the ocean. We kind of lose her to all that haze. Eva just over downtown to flight 12.
My 24 right, clear to land.
I'm getting a lot of text. Looks like we do have a United Dreamliner number 2 for arrival. Number 2 for arrival. We'll find out what happened to that MD-11 hopefully at some point, but one makes you wonder if this will ground them for the immediate future, if forever, if UPS and FedEx can actually do that.
Juliet Papa, 1 mile leaving Los Angeles, Bravo airspace, rate of service terminated. Keep the code and contact elsewhere.
I guess we're talking about a shelter in place. So I believe that it crashed heading south, correct? There in Louisville. It was taking off heading south. Because if it was heading north, then that heads toward Kentucky Kingdom and downtown Louisville, which I believe Ferndale Road is south of the airport, so it was taken off to the south. American Airlines Flight 2900 coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, an A321 at next arrival, followed by many heavies and supers. United Airlines Flight 1321 coming in from Newark and a 787-9 at Dreamliner number 2. Followed by EVA Air Flight 12 coming in from Taipei and a 777 at 300ER. And Lufthansa Flight 452 coming in from Munich, the A380 Super. Southbound on the west side runway. United Dreamliner up next, followed by Eva, followed by the A380 Super. Busy north side here.
Okay, take Victor across 24 left and contact ground 165 American 29.
Right up next, Eva Flight 12.
Okay, 1321 Heavy at Whiskey Cross, runway 24 left, ground point 65.
Something for Delta Whiskey at 1321.
Alright, Jerry just sent me a map. So yeah, so it was taking off going southbound on the west side of the airport. Correct. So I believe, and this may have changed, and they may have built something. There wasn't a lot of development back when I lived there in 1998, just south of the airport.
Or 1 Juliet Papa. Or 1 Juliet Papa. Hoffman would like to talk to you if you want to contact them 121.1.
In fact, I think when I lived there in 1998, that area south of the airport, there was a landfill. There was a landfill that was just south of the airport. And then on the other side of that landfill is where you had that community off of Ferndale Road.
What is your intention? Are you staying above the Delta there? Do you want any more services, or you're just going to remain clear of the
Alright, up
Delta
next
problem?
is the Lufthansa A380 Super coming up from Munich, flight 452.
Okay, in that case, Papa, I'll just keep you on your spot and call me when you're ready.
older livery. So much better than the new one. I think that old livery looks great on the A380. I'm sure you guys all agree, right?
Hold short of runway 24 left.
Terry with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Terry. Says thanks again, Kevin. Always like the garage. Thank you, Terry. Red Cedars with the $2 super chat. Says good afternoon from Minneapolis. Sad news from SDF. Yes, indeed. Very sad news. GE with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much. GE says on Flight Radar, it looks like TV choppers are flying around what looks like a large grassy area at the end of the runway. If I'm not mistaken, and like I said, I have not been to Louisville since 1998, but I did do that drive plenty of times. I do believe it was a landfill in that general area just south near where it crashed. At least it was back in 1998. Now, you know, landfills at some point you could start building on top of the landfills. That landfill was still active in 1998. Boy, it smelled really bad when you used to drive down that freeway that used to run up. I believe it's still there. It runs up against the landfill as well as the airport. Next arrival is United Express, SkyWest Flight 4633, coming from Boise and E-Jet. This flight heading to Denver, flight 2004. It's an A319, Old Northwest A319. Now rolling down at 24 left.
24 left, line right up. Yeah, 4630, hold short of runway 24 left. 24 left, 24 left. Please, 4630.
Louisville, the 1998s, well, they were still flying the DC-8s, where they had a lot of those DC-8s cargoes, if you guys remember those with the UPS. One after another DC-8s landing there at SDF. The King still there on Echo, heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. Air France Flight 23 heading back to Paris, and a 777 at 300ER pushing back from the west gates. Should head up here for a north side at takeoff.
Air 4633 is Victor, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
Victor cross 24 left, ground point 65, 4630.
That's 449, contact SoCal.
SoCal, 449.
looks like UPS releasing a statement that says 3 crew members were on board approximately 5:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. UPS flight 2976 from Louisville, Kentucky to Honolulu. An MD-11 with 3 crew members on board was involved in an accident in Louisville. At this time, we have not confirmed any injuries or casualties. UPS will release more facts as they become available. The National Transportation Safety Board is in charge of the investigation and will be the primary source of information about the official investigation. Air France making that turn on the taxiway Echo. It's flight 23 heading back to Paris.
Turn on Bell Raider, 24 left over takeoff. I got Bell Raider, over takeoff, runway 24 left, Delta 70.
I'm looking at Twitter. There's a bunch of more videos being released, and boy, it looked like it crashed into some commercial buildings down there. So, not good. On top of what we've already been talking about.
Go 6481 on a Bell Raider, 24 left over takeoff. Southwest 2425 Village Arm.
All right, Air France, the 777 at number 2 for takeoff will be following Southwest.
Missouri, contact SoCal, Delta 708. Heavy LAX, runway 24 left, line up the lane.
Matt asking, says, I haven't seen Air France until maybe last street. Do they fly seasonally to LAX? No, they're year-round, and in fact, we have a lot of Air France flights in and out of LAX. We have a Pape Ete flight, and most of them heading to Paris, coming in from Paris.
Run to the top, radar contact, half mile south, and clear through Bravo airspace, south. Xavier and Abdelray, I'm like super left over takeoff.
Abdelray, just pick up through from left upon the quick side.
South is 2425, contact SoCal.
All right, there she goes, off to Paris, now rolling down 24 left.
Late tower at the full length, runway 24 left, line up the wing, caution, wait turbulence.
Well, you changed southwest just caught in front of us, so.
They did. JetBlue 2124, hold short, runway 24 left.
That's thanks for ground, that's
Yes, that was not the sequence that I was told. So stop with 26 early tower.
Going to Southwest Plane.
Plane 63, runway 24 left, line up the wing, caution, wait turbulence.
I'm going runway 24 left, Southwest Plane.
Southwest flight heading to San Jose, California, 737-700, followed by JetBlue flight 2124 heading to JFK, A321neo. Little light on the north side arrivals at this point.
Southwest plane 63 on Abdelray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
On Abdelray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest plane 66.
JetBlue 2124, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
Wait 24 left, 220 left,
Delta 767 making their right-hand turn onto Echo. Delta 767 heading to JFK, flight 991, a 26-year-old at 767-300ER. See, British Airways coming in from London, flight 281, a 777-300ER, just 9 minutes out. See if that heads here to the north side. Do have United Airlines flight 199 coming in from Shanghai, 787-9 Dreamliner. 14 minutes out, north side arrival. Cathay Pacific flight 882 coming up from Hong Kong on a 777-300ER, just 23 minutes out.
Radar service is terminated. You're leaving Los Angeles Bravo, but keep the squawk code. 141 kilo and I'm Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
And Del Rey, select your takeoff, cancel,
Delta 991 Heavy, late down, runway 24 left, line up runway 8. Delta 2124, contact SoCal.
Okay, 2124, okay.
All right, the 767 heading to JFK.
LA helicopters, Sentinel Bravo, squawk 0231, LA altimeter 3007. Delta 991, heavy RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Del Rey, 24 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 991 Heavy.
41 kilo, contact SoCal.
Good afternoon, guys, welcome to the
Delta 991 Heavy, contact SoCal departure.
991 Heavy, good day.
Mateo's Gardening Service back with a $5 super chat. Good to see you, Mateos. They say, Kevin, go Dodgers. You think they'll do a three-peat? That's what everyone was saying yesterday. Three-peat. They're saying pretty much the whole team is going to be back together next year, so no reason why they can't do a three-peat. Now, you know what? I'm going to go on camera and I'm going to say something because I'm scrolling Twitter ads and I'm just looking at video and whatnot. Now, someone posted the link to the video and their first words, sad, it is a very sad day. Scary day for aviation. Now, I don't agree with that. It's a very sad day for aviation, but certainly not a scary day for aviation. Accidents do happen, and of course we'll get to the root cause of what happened to this MD-11. But aviation is extremely safe and has been extremely safe for a very long time. A very long time. I've talked about this many times, and of course, I'm younger than a lot of you guys even watching here today, and I'm a lot older than a lot of people watching here today as well. And I'm an 80s baby. I was born in the 70s, mid 70s, so I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. Now, growing up in the 80s and 90s, every 6 months there was a tragic airline accident. Almost every 6 months. When it happened, you would say, oh, okay, there's the airplane accident for this 6 months, and we'll wait for the next one. That's how common it was back in the 80s and the 90s. It happened all the time. And we're talking about passenger planes just dropping out of the sky. That was happening. Then in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, we learned a lot from a lot of those accidents, and aviation got extremely safe, and it has been extremely safe ever since then. So, with everyone going on social media here today, I'm going to say this. This has been an extremely safe 20 plus years in aviation when it comes to commercial aviation. And yeah, if you would have saw what we had back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that was a very uncertain time in aviation. Certainly, a lot of devastation that occurred, but I will certainly not say that it's a scary time for aviation. Absolutely not. It's quite the opposite. It's a very good time for aviation, and things only get better in accidents as well, and they'll find what caused this accident, and we'll continue to make it even more safe as we continue on. So I remember back in the 80s, it was hot. It was a hot day. It was a hot day. There was lots of thunderstorms in Michigan. I believe it was 84, the Northwest crash in Detroit. And I remember that day. I was sitting on the rocker, and the reports came in that a plane had crashed in Detroit. And I just remember being that close to that accident. I was a young kid, and certainly I loved planes, and so I was devastated about that accident at Metro. And every time I go back to Detroit to get a rental car, I usually rent at Avis, and that MD-80 crashed into the Avis light poles and then crashed into the Middle Belt Road as you get on the highway. And I think about that accident every time I go back to Detroit. Not much has changed with that Avis rental car there at Metro, and of course the site where it crashed is still there. If you get on the expressway, the freeway, to get to either downtown Detroit or you go toward Lansing. But yeah, there was, I think a lot of people certainly, I think a lot of people have forgotten about the series of U.S. Air crashes and how many there were in the late 80s, early 90s. Many.
437 on Abdel radar, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
All right, we got a heavy next arrival on 24 right. It's a flight coming in from Shanghai and the United Dreamliner.
437, contact SoCal today.
Good morning, 437, thank you.
Good, 199 heavy, any exit cross, runway 24 left and ground point 65.
Right, any exit cross 24 left, ground point 65, today, 199.
Good.
DMO CP8BO. The super chat says my boyfriend Jay is working Air Canada flight 556 from Vancouver. Can you give him a shout out and zoom in to L1? Well, let's see here. Where is it still on the way in? What'd you say? 556? Yeah, about 23 minutes out. Should be a north side arrival.
Under 3007.
L1. Inform me, what is L1? Lavatory 1? Is that a galley? Galley 1 would be the front galley? Let me know, I'll zoom in. Ryan, and becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, Ryan. On the Pan Airways, the Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Haneda, flight 125, heading up, or pushing back, should be north side at takeoff. Oh, door left 1, door left 1. Gotcha. I've never heard of that before. Door left 1. This would be the front door. Cathay Pacific Flight 882 coming up from Hong Kong, 777 at 300 yards, just 10 minutes out. Should be the flight arriving for that Air Canada. Beaker and Honeydew, Muppet Labs with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Beaker and Honeydew. Says, well said, we are the same age and remember those years. An aerospace engineer, we are constantly making planes safer. It's a daily job for me. And absolutely, you know, planes are safer. And of course, we don't know what happened with the UPS MD-11. Some people are reporting that it was a 37-year-old. It's an older aircraft. There's no way around it. It's an old aircraft. Of course, UPS does a great job of keeping those things flying. And of course, we don't know what caused the crash or the looks like an engine fire. But with that being said, that is older technology. The newer technology, the newer planes, the Dreamliners, the A321neos, the MAX planes, and all that, it has improved, and it continues to improve.
So 1650 LA Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land.
You know, this accident reminds me of that horrific crash in Chicago involving the DC-10 with American. And of course, we all remember that one. And that show, Air Disasters, I know it's not for everyone, but I was watching a lot of Air Disasters there for a while. I haven't watched it in probably a couple of years, but I came across the episode that talked about what caused that accident in Chicago, and I just could not believe it. My jaw dropped that they could figure out the fact that that engine was being taken off the DC-10 and being reapplied to the wing, and I guess they were cutting. I can't remember what the whole story was, but it was amazing to me that they could figure out that one little detail that led to the cause of that. So it just goes to show you that, you know, in every crash, I mean, they go in and they figure out eventually what causes all this, and in the end, it makes everything safer.
On upon 125 heavy, LA Tower and up Delray, runway 24 left over takeoff.
Oh, that's right, Adrian. The improper use of the forklift. That's right. When I saw that episode, I could not believe it. I thought, oh my gosh, wow. To Tokyo Haneda.
315 LA Tower Squawk 0211 cleared into Bravo, LA altimeter 3007. Top of 1650, hold short of runway 24 left.
Hold short 24 left, up of 1650.
So the 1650 is Victor, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65.
At Victor, cross 24 left, ground point 65, Papa 1650.
Roger, Papa, Roger, squawk VFR, here. 125 heavy, contact SoCal.
Contact SoCal, departure on 125 heavy.
Southwest Airlines Flight 1201 heading to Phoenix, making that right-hand turn onto Taxiway Echo. Emirates A380 Super Flight 216 heading back to Dubai, lighting up, pushing back. From Tom Bradley International Airport, should be heading up here for a north side takeoff. And that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. Just after 4 p.m. now, and in sunny Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today as we continue on here. Emirates A380 Super gonna be heading up here for the north side takeoff, so stick around. If you haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button. If you haven't yet, just said that twice. Subscribe if you haven't yet, and make sure your notifications are all up to date if you haven't yet. Thanks, guys.
tower, wind 24 right, clear to land. Southwest 1201 LA tower, wind 24 left, minus 1 wait. Go for the 1.
And a friend there in Chicago, Linda Kavinsky, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you so much, Linda. Caden with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Caden. It says, did you see what happened in Louisville today? So heartbreaking. Yeah, we've been talking about it, Caden. Horrific video out of Louisville involving the UPS MD-11. Ryan's Wax Factor with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Ryan. Says, where would a good place to plane spot in Detroit? Ryan, I think the parking garages are open to plane spotting. There's one on the north and one on the south side. Seems to be, or I'm sorry, it's the east and the west side of the airport. Seems to be most of the action is on the west side of Detroit Metro. It seems like the majority of the landings, heavies, happening there on the west side. Detroit certainly is not as busy as it once was, but I think that's the only spot you're going to find is up in the parking garage. Be seeing the Emirates A380 Super heading up here for north side takeoff. That A380 that you see there in the distance was Asiana, which will be brought over to the west remote area of LAX and brought back to the gates a bit later. Cathay Pacific Flight 882 coming from Hong Kong at 777 at 300 yard, just 2 minutes out, followed by that Air Canada 556. We'll be zooming into the front galley That 737 MAX 8. Back with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Ryan. Thank you. Flying to Orlando next week. Yeah, I mean, Ryan, good luck. we haven't really spotted it in Detroit, but I've been there, and from what I could just tell with my eyes, it looks like the parking garage, certainly on the west side of the airport, is your best bet. Emirates making its way up here to the north side as Cathay Pacific is our next arrival on 24 right.
Is 18 leaving Bravo, Squawk 35, yes.
Make sure to get the Air Canada 737 MAX 8 up next as the A380 Super continues its taxi down Echo.
Cathay Yankee Cross 924 left ground point 65.
Myself and Lot Polish Airlines Flight 22 heading back to Warsaw. 787-9 Dreamliner pushing back from the north side gates of Tom Bradley. That should stay here on the north side. Looks like we might also have Swiss Flight 40 coming in from Zurich, that 777 at 300ER, possibly a north side arrival.
Full length, runway 24,
Turn the camera around and get this Air Canada flights. We'll zoom into galley, the front galley.
Emirates 2 and 6 Super, 124 left for takeoff.
That's it, 24 left.
Emirates A380 Super already cleared for takeoff at 24 left.
Air Canada 556, there's nobody behind you on final. I need you to hold on the runway for wing test clearance.
Okay, hold on the runway.
Victor 556, thanks for your help. Now turn left at Whiskey, cross runway 24 left and ground point 65.
Cross 24 left at Whiskey and ground point 65, American 556.
2 and 60 for contact, SoCal departure.
Southern approach, good afternoon, Emma. 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Delta 1340, LA Tower, 1260 at 10, runway 24 right, clear to land.
All right, next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 1348 coming in from SFO 737-700 Swiss, definitely north side arrival. A lot Polish Airlines heading up here to the north side. Bolty 850 with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Bolty. Says the clip at SDF is hard to watch. Looks like it was right at V1 and crew did what they could. Yes, it's that left engine is completely up in flames. Nothing you can do. Sue with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Sue. Says I'm here for the end of the show today. Oh, is this the end? Getting close. We're getting close as the sun is going to set on me here. Says, so funny, my kitty loves this channel. He's laying on my coffee table watching while I'm cooking in the kitchen. You know, a lot of people told me I've got a voice that dogs and cats love to listen to. I have no idea. Starting his taxi, we'll head over here, more than likely to 24 left. Up next, Swiss Flight 40.
Southwest 1340 to Victor, cross runway 24 left and ground point 65.
Kevin Mothershaw says it's never the end for AVL Kevin, because you got the 24-hour cams on top of the H. We sure do. You guys got the Sunset Club up there. You guys got all new emojis. Not all, but I've switched out a lot of the emojis at AVL Plus. Lots of new members over there as well. Thanks you guys for your awesome support. A lot of gifted memberships as well. Can't thank you guys enough. The $12.50 bill. Don't get me started. Don't even get me started on that one. Swiss Flight 40, next arrival.
Papa Alpha Heavy, Los Angeles Tower, runway 24 left at the full length line up and wait. Los Angeles Tower, caution white turns preceded by a heavy Boeing 777, winds 2609, runway 24 right to 30 land.
Runway 24 right to 30.
Bay 41 Los Angeles Tower, winds 2609, runway 24 right to 30 land. So it's 40 heavy, cross runway 24 left, then contact ground 121.65.
Remember, it was Swiss. Wasn't Swiss putting that, like, the shark? I can't remember what it was officially called. That's why I don't want to talk too much about it. They were installing
Heavy, thank you. Traffic is crossing runway 24 left, line up away.
a film on top of the fuselage, and you could really see it on that shot. Polish Airlines, Flight 22, heading back to Warsaw, 787-9 Dreamliner. Thank you, Adrian. It was called the shark skin surface treatment. Yeah, and I believe that 777 had it. You could really see it with the sun hitting.
Heavy, wind 2609, RNF Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Papa Heavy, contact SoCal departure. Carrier 3632, turn left, cross runway 24 left, contact ground, 0.65.
Contact left, and Victor for the downtown.
question for you guys. If you know anything about iPhones, so someone called me. They called me, and this is a new update on iPhones. I'm sitting here trying to like figure out what exactly is going on here because it makes no sense to me. At 3:54, which was not too long ago, I got an important phone call. They're just playing fly over here. I got an important phone call. They left a voice message, but it's not showing up in my voicemail. It popped up on screen. It was like it looked like a text, but it was the actual voicemail. Why is it not showing up in my voicemail menu, even though it showed up on my phone? Does anybody else have any issue with that? Because I feel like I'm losing my mind. It popped up on my phone, but now it's not showing up in the voicemail queue. I am perplexed here.
Delta 41, turn left, cross runway 24 left, contact ground point 65.
Last cross 24 left, I'm ground point 65, Delta 41.
Peacock A380 says maybe they didn't leave a message. Yeah, but it showed up on the phone, and it was like it looked like a text version of what they were saying in a voicemail. Well, my phone has filtered it for spam. So where did it go? It wasn't spam. I read the text. It was a phone call from the FAA. The feds. I know that wasn't spam. Try going to reason. I know I need. You know what I'm learning? I'm learning as I go on with all this equipment and the phones. Don't update. Just don't update anything. Canceled it? Well, it seemed like they were changed the filter to classic. Let's see what? Classic unverified. Yeah, but how do I do that?
Turn left, cross runway 24 left, contact ground 121.65.
How do I do that, Allison? Why is this so difficult? All right, you're gonna have to show me how to do it. Oh, and my phone. Oh, my phone is answering with an automated chat asking for the reason of the call. That's why it doesn't leave a voicemail, because it's the actual call. Oh, okay. So it sends me like the text version of what they said. How do I get that? How do I find the text version of what was said to the automated phone answering service? So weird. Information here. This flight heading to Kona, Delta Airlines flight 311 and A321 Neo. Look on the 3 bars at the upper right-hand corner. 3 bars in the upper left-hand corner. 3 bars. I don't know what you're talking about, Allison. Just talking about Willis. talking about the 3 bars in my voicemail area of the phone. This is loading. Add this to the list. You know what? I'm not updating anything. I'm not updating computers. I'm not updating phones. All it does is get me in trouble. I'm starting to feel my age when they update everything. I get lost. Oh, I see. So I have to answer while that pops up. Oh, interesting. Well, now I feel bad. Oh, great. Now I'm going to have the feds after me. Kevin's got us on a monitoring service.
Sub 311
Just go
RNAV,
knock on his door.
24 left, takeoff, wind 240 at 9. Takeoff, 24 left, RNAV, Delray, Delta 311.
That's true. If it's an important call, they'll call again. That is true. Or you can just email me. Just as long as you don't have a Gmail account.
Delta 622 Los Angeles Tower, wind 24 left, on away. 4 left, line away, Delta 622. Kevin 6409 Los Angeles Tower, runway 24 right, start to land, wind 24010. Kevin 6409.
Now, my phone was going off the hook yesterday with a bunch of random numbers I've never seen before. And so that actually worked good yesterday because I knew they were all political.
Runway 24 right, start to land.
Right, third line, goes 49.
Delta 2830, hold short, runway 24 left at Victor.
Hold short 24 left at Victor, Delta 23.
Delta 622, RNAV Del Rey. Runway 24 left, cleared to takeoff. RNAV Del Rey.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Oh, I got it. I got it. All right.
Aircraft on the radar contact, about 6 miles east of the field, altitude K 600 feet, cleared into Class Bravo airspace.
Oh.
Correction through Class Bravo airspace as requested.
Oh. All right. Well, it was good news. It was good news from them. I can't tell you what it is, but hopefully they want to update me on a situation, and if that's the case, I might have some good news for you.
Let's go. You said the Harbor Route North, correct?
There we go. Thanks, Allison. Take that off the list now.
Helicopter 5 Kilo Lima, you said the Harbor Route North, correct? Thanks.
Oops.
Delta 1559, wind 24010, RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, cleared to takeoff.
Sorry there, Jose to Dragon. I'm not quite sure that popped up there.
Delta 622, contact SoCal departure.
No departure, Delta 622, continue.
Yeah.
All right, add that to the list. Make a phone call tomorrow, Kevin. I don't know. The recent update to iPhone with the photos is driving me crazy. I can't find photos. Like, what happened to that photo I just took? Like they changed the direction on the most recent photos. I think now is on the top of your screen. Before it was the bottom. I gotta tell you, if you're a developer, a designer, that is the worst thing you could possibly do to people, because people get used to directions like that. And what I mean is, let's just take photography for example. If I was using Nighthawk and we had the Sigma lens, to zoom in and focus, you go to the right. On the Sony, you do the opposite. And when you get used to something, either going left or going to the right, your brain kind of just doesn't even think about it, it just does something. So now with the photos repopulating on the top instead of on the bottom, then you start scrolling and you're starting looking for the most recent stuff, and then you're completely lost. So not a good move to move that around. People get used to locations of certain things, if that makes sense. Alright, so I was kind of holding out to see if Turkish was heading here to the north side. It looks like that one heading to the south. We do have a Delta Airlines flight 747 coming in from JFK, 767 at 300 ER, and Swiss. We'll see where Swiss goes. If Swiss heads to the south, then we'll end the show. If it heads here to the north side, we will stay for that. Oh, Allison, here's that moon. Allison told me to look to the east for the moon. She told me, look out for the moon. It's going to be a very big, bright moon tonight. Back to the moon real quick. I'm going to zoom in and let it move on its own. Our next arrival is Delta Airlines flight 747, the 767 to 300 ER coming in from JFK. The flight arriving was coming in from SFO, flight 2267, a 737-800. Looks like a SAS A330. Possibly heading, no, it's too hard to tell just yet. The Mighty Bull with the $2 super chest says the Mighty Bull has entered the room. Greetings. Hello there, Mighty Bull. Oh, tomorrow's the official super moon. It's already a super moon in my mind. It's really bright, I gotta tell you. I mean, it's still it's not complete darkness out here, but the sun is going to be setting in the next like 20 minutes, and that is very bright. You can see it. it's 99.99, almost a full moon. Oh, so tomorrow, okay, gotcha. Anyway, Allison told me, she's like, be on the lookout for the moon to the east. There it is. All right, up next is the Delta 767 at 300 ER. Looks like SAS is, I think, heading here to the north side to the A330-300. It's a beaver moon. We'll come back to that.
Virgin A Yankee Heavy Los Angeles Tower, taxi full length, advise ready. Full length, we are ready, Virgin 0 Yankee Heavy Roger, runway 24 left, last and wait. Final flight 24 left, Virgin
All right, Virgin Flight 8, the Dreamliner heading back to London Heathrow.
Virgin A Yankee Heavy, winds 25010, RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Okay, takeoff 24 left, RNAV Del Rey, will carry
We're going to go to the 767. Dreamliner rolling it down to 24 left.
Delta 747, heavy cross, runway 24 left at Yankee, contact ground on 0.65.
24 left at Yankee, cross ground, contact ground, 0.65 to the separate.
Virgin 8 Yankee Heavy, contact, still cut apart, traffic, good flight.
Backhaul departure, okay, Virgin 8.
3496 Los Angeles Tower, winds 26010, runway 24 right to start climb.
right, so SAS number 2 for Bravo following Alaska SkyWest at 3496, coming up from SFO.
On a 5-mile final, wind 260 and 10, runway 24 right.
Friendly reminder, if you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you really like our channel, you can subscribe to our second channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. Over there on Plus, you'll find it too. 24/7 live streams giving you non-stop action here in LAX on both the north and the south side.
Triple 723 Los Angeles Tower, caution wake turbulence on a heavy Airbus 330, wind 26010, runway 24 right, clear to land.
We could do. Are we gonna get a thumbnail with this SAS? Gonna be able to get the moon in the shot here? I don't think so.
Sky 3496, turn left, cross runway 24 left, then contact ground on point 65.
Left, cross 24 left, coming ground point 65.
Thank you, SAS. Butter landing too.
2912 Los Angeles Tower, wind 25010, runway 24 right, clear to land. Okay, the Navy 931 heavy, turn left, cross runway 24 left, then contact ground 121.65.
National cross 24 left, 12165, bye.
approach scene over. 24 left. We'll head. I believe it heads to Tom at Bradley. No west gates for SAS. The sun is about to set. Yes! It's like the whistling at me. All right, you guys, I think that is going to wrap it for us. We're about to lose our sunlights here. Before we head off here, I'd like to give a shout out to our Emerald and Diamond members here on the channel. Super chat. Thank you so much, Aaron. Says, good evening from DFW. I was watching what happened to the UPS plane. I was upset. We are all upset with you, Aaron. It's a sad day. A sad day. Definitely a sad day in aviation. Not a scary day, but it's certainly a sad day in aviation. All right, that's going to wrap it up for us here today. Sorry, guys, no Nighthawk here tonight. Almost 5 hours. It would have taken me another 3 hours for Nighthawk here tonight. We'll do it. We'll do it at the garage here in the next couple of weeks. Don't worry. All right. Again, thoughts and prayers to everyone there at UPS as well as Louisville, Kentucky. It's a developing story out of Louisville there in. Now something's coming across that there are deaths. At least 3 people have been killed and 11 others injured is what they're reporting now on the phone. So I'm going to go home. I'm certainly going to watch the news and see what's going on there. But the thoughts and prayers to everyone involved. A horrific scene there in Louisville, Kentucky. Other than that, it was a decent day for plane spotting. Glad you guys came in, kept me company here during the day, and we'll be back. We'll be back on Thursday, high atop the H Hotel, looking at about a noon start for that one as well. And then we take you to DC at the end of this week. All right. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you on Thursday, high atop the H Hotel. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you in just a few days here on Airline Videos Live. Thanks for your awesome support, all of you. A lot of gifted memberships, a lot of great support as always. Thank you guys so much, and thanks for great mods. Always doing a great job as well. If you want more action here at LAX, Airline Videos Live Plus is your place to be. Our sister channel here on Airline on YouTube. You don't have to do a thing. I will switch you over to the north side streams as soon as we're done here. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you on Thursday here on Airline Videos Live. We'll see you on Thursday. From all of us here at Airline Videos Live, good night.